We starting with off a prayer or, yeah, Howard? Come on up there, Howard. So if we have some quiet.
Dan sega kio tatam skatna aga petagute maga kawichi na agi stakte agi semweg shots pewante isen totamaya pepo mamo tawima I won't use the mic.
Okay, thank you, Howard. So I guess we'll get into the presentations. Calling up Dr. Khan. Come on up there. Do you need this?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody, to the Chief and Council, to the people who have tirelessly worked in the past couple of months, organizing events, responding to the crisis after crisis, emergencies after emergencies. So really would like to thank everybody from leadership to the program and services people who are working day and night to respond to the current situation. I want to thank our elder for a beautiful prayer and want to thank everybody who were able to organize the events like this. And I'm hearing that there will be a lot of events happening in terms of education, awareness. Is going to be an ongoing thing because we need that here. Onion Lake is one of my favorite community. Every time I come here, I'm just full of pride and happiness because what I see here, I wish we see that in every community. The way leadership, a unified front, the way the health services, the program, Pam and the harm reduction team, the mental addiction team, every team from the COVID, from before COVID, during the COVID, and after COVID, I have seen how hard everybody worked here. So thank you so much for all that. I also wanted to offer my prayers and condolences to a lot of precious lives we have lost from the toxic drug overdose crisis in the community. A lot of families and people have been impacted by that. So really feel that from a distance, that how trauma and these crises have impacted peoples and families, programs, services, everybody. So really want to thank you for all those incredible services you guys are providing. I'm hearing there's a walk planned for tomorrow, and there are many, many events happening, so that's great. I have the privilege and honor to be working with Pam, Albert, Carla, many people in the community. There is quite a focus on how to educate people, how to reach out to people in that vulnerable time, how to protect them, how to support them before that harm happen. So there is a lot of effort on that, and I think you guys are lucky, we are all lucky that there is that spirit in the community, that everybody is working together on that. And there is a lot of trust too. When we had a number of local radio podcasts in the past couple of weeks, and I've been hearing the local teams. They've been speaking very publicly about what they see, what they hear from people. So really commend their courage, their spirit, and their sacrifices that they are making in terms of providing that very valuable services. There is so much to talk to you about, and I think even one day is not enough, that we can cover all the key themes, the topics that perhaps we would like to share with everybody in this community. But for sake of today, we just thought we all live in the digital world, and everybody's more inclined towards the digital content. So instead of me giving you a very boring presentation and slides, let's watch some videos that we picked for you. Each of the videos is very short, but actually it touches on some of the key themes that you are seeing here in the community, and we know what sort of questions, what sort of concerns are coming from the community or the band members. So I think we picked these 5 videos for today, and I know there's a lot of other speakers will be speaking today to you that are very, very important content that you would like to know, and please help yourself with the information that are being provided here. Take it home, share it with your family, and anybody that you know is at risk, that you can help them. So what I'm going to do, we're going to start with the first video. It's a Saskatchewan-made video. It's a 7-8 minutes video made by the Saskatchewan nurses on the topic we are talking about, the toxic drug supply, the toxic drug substance abuse and disorders. This is an introductory video. It covers most of the themes we want to talk to you about, but then we have some selected videos that we would like to show to you. So today we have tried that the sound and the visual work the best so that everybody can hear and see the visuals. So we're going to start with the first video. Hope you like it. I hope you take some lesson learned from it, and we can go with the first one.
My name is Megan. I'm 25 years old, and I've overdosed 3 times.
Over the last couple of years here, we've just seen an increase in people coming into emergency with overdoses. On some weekends, I see up to 4. I think the addiction crisis levels are climbing because drugs are more readily available to everyone.
There's a lot more methamphetamine in Regina now. And then throughout North America, we're seeing the opioid crisis. We are going to more overdoses than when I started 18 years ago.
We're seeing challenges in our community that are directly linked to addiction and to the challenges that come with addiction on a daily and nightly basis.
How are you doing today?
Well, I've been better.
Yeah. My name's Kelly. I've been working as a nurse practitioner for 13 years, and a lot of that has been with people with addictions. Okay. And do you know what you're taking? 2 root causes of addictions in Saskatchewan are use and abuse of prescription medications. These prescription medications are being bought and sold and introduced to people on the streets.
There definitely is a crisis. I think it's very important that people realize that there are many faces to addiction. Addiction affects everybody at every level of society across the spectrum.
I grew up in a really good family. We were always close.
Megan was the perfect child, really. Good friends, loved sports. She was every parent's dream. I'm sure every parent's.
When I got into the drugs, there was just no stopping.
Addiction can be going to a party and being exposed to crystal meth once, and then that addiction behavior starts to run your life.
Addiction is a chronic disease, just like diabetes or heart disease. Because it is affecting your brain chemistry, that chemistry changes and it feeds the addiction and it becomes a vicious circle.
It can control you. It controlled me. The last thing basically that I remember is I was standing in the kitchen. I took the one pill and I took the other pill. Then when they collided in my system, it basically tranquilized me.
When I walked in and seen her lying in that emergency ward, I did not know how she was going to come out of this. How could this happen? How could this happen to our family?
It could happen to anybody. It could happen to anyone you love.
Addiction doesn't know age or gender. It doesn't know culture. It doesn't differentiate in terms of what area of the city that you live in, what your background is.
You feeling like it might be a time to talk to someone in regards to your addiction? People that are struggling with their addictions on their own and they don't have help, they're hiding from their families, they're hiding from their friends, they're hiding from their coworkers, but their addiction is real. Making that step to be vulnerable and to ask for help is very difficult.
I would say to those out there suffering from addiction is there is help out there. There is help.
I think the way forward in this crisis is several-fold. It's not going to be solved, obviously, by one simple approach, or it already would be solved. I think it's important that physicians are up to date on the dangers of prescribing high-dose medications and how that can lead to further addiction issues.
In an ideal world, we need 24/7 access to a specialist in addictions.
We have to have immediate access. And so this means it's a commitment. We all have to make this commitment.
A little bit about what's going on. First Nations communities need more help and support in regard to getting addiction support. Things that we would think are so easy to access, there's great barriers out there. Out in little towns, out at reserves, transportation is an issue. There's shame and stigma that is attached to that as well.
The stigma of addiction needs to be broken.
Starting in schools, because the young people are our future.
If we can educate our youth to not start, then we save ourselves so much trouble down the road of having to deal with the treatment aspect.
Youth need to be informed that drug use, drug addiction can kill you. You die from addiction.
I think education is an absolutely imperative way to get youth and individuals in general out of this crisis, because the earlier the intervention, the more adept students and youth are later in life to deal with things if they do run into a situation when they have addiction as a problem in their own life.
The addiction problem in our community is everybody's responsibility. It impacts everybody.
In order to elevate addiction onto the radar of Saskatchewan healthcare, we really need to acknowledge that it's a big problem.
As a registered nurse, I am scared about our addiction crisis because it's scary to see someone dying, plain and simple.
This is a community problem. We can solve it. I know we can solve it. It's all about service and it's all about working together. If we really want to enhance community safety, we have to dial it right back to the root cause of it, which is the addiction, and find a way to help people through their addictions.
If we don't get a handle on this crisis, we will continue to lose the people that matter in our life.
So this basically summarizes the whole story, and in every scene there's a lesson for everybody here. So this is kind of an introduction to what this crisis is about. The rest of the 4 videos talk about specifically some of the things we are facing here. Dr. Guerrero was here, and we were just talking, together. There's a lot of strength in this community. There's a lot of incredible services in this community available that people need to find. The whole intent is how we can help people. Yes. Can you use the microphone? If I take it in and out, it will be problematic. So we will talk after we play all the videos. But the next video, you're going to love this video. This video, this guy is very funny. And the way he talked about some of the common myths about drug addiction.
It's common misconceptions. I'm a buster. I'm a myth buster. Today I'm going to do a video on mental health and addiction myths, common misconceptions, wives' tales, and secret urban legends about addiction and mental health. Today, this is going to be using my story, Myth-Busting Edition. Myth-Busting Edition. Today, this is using my story, Myth-Busting Edition. We all know that mental health and addiction are important issues, but unfortunately there are a lot of myths and misconceptions out there that can make it difficult for people to get the help they need. In this video, we're going to go do a deep dive into some of the most common myths and misconceptions about addiction and mental health. We're going to bust them once and for all, from the idea that addiction is a choice to the belief that therapy is a waste of time, to the myth that mental health issues are a sign of weakness. We're going to cover it all. So sit back, relax, and get ready to have your mind blown. Myth number one, addiction is a choice. One of the most persistent myths about addiction is that it's a choice. People assume that someone who becomes addicted to drugs or alcohol must have made a conscious decision to do so. But the reality is it's much more complex than that. Addiction is a disease that affects the brain's reward center, making it difficult for people to stop using even when they want to. It's not a choice, it's a medical condition. Even though you might feel like on the outside looking in, you say, it's a choice. You don't have to go to that drug dealer. You don't have to use that heroin. You don't have to drink that alcohol. You're making a choice. On the outside looking in, it's easy to say that. Until you're in that situation, then you actually understand that it's a disease. It's a medical condition. Myth number two, mental health problems are rare. Really, why would this be a myth? And really, why would people even care to think about this? Is because a lot of people, there's a stigma behind mental health. The stigma is, if you have mental health symptoms, if you have any mental health problems, don't say nothing about it. Just act like it's not there. It's better to be quiet about it. That way no one labels you. This is a myth that we hear a lot about mental health problems being rare. People assume that only a small percentage of the population experiences mental health issues. But the reality is, mental health problems are incredibly common. In fact, around 1 in 4 people will experience some form of mental illness in their lifetime. That means that 1 out of every 4 people will probably struggle in mental health. So you're not alone. A lot of people struggle with mental health, and don't let that stigma come on you and cause you to be quiet about the fact that you need help. Myth number 3, you can just snap out of it. Imagine how easy that was. Wow, why didn't I think of that? Some people say, man, all you can do is just snap out of it. You're fine. Wow, that's such an amazing solution. No, absolutely not. That's a myth. You can't just snap out of these things. One of the most frustrating myths about mental health is that you could just snap out of it. People assume that if you're feeling anxious or depressed, you could just choose to feel better. But mental health issues are much more complex than that. They often require professional help and support to overcome. So if you've been told that you could just snap out of it, and you felt discouraged or you felt like something was wrong with you because you didn't have that ability, you don't need to feel that way no more. We're going to support you and we're going to help you get through this. Myth number 4, addiction only affects bad people. Another persistent myth about addiction is that it only affects bad people. People assume that if you become addicted to drugs or alcohol, it's because you're a weak or immoral person. But addiction can affect anyone, regardless of their background or personality. It's not a moral failing, it's a medical condition. Myth number 5, mental health issues are just a phase. One myth that parents often hear that their children's mental health issues are just a phase. People assume that young people will grow out of it, their anxiety or depression, but the reality is mental health issues can have a long-lasting impact on people's lives, especially when they're not taken care of, especially when they're not dealt with or worked with. Early interventions and treatment are key to preventing long-term problems. Myth number 6, addiction is a moral failing. Another common myth about addiction is that it's a moral failing. People assume that if you become addicted to drugs or alcohol, it's because you lack the willpower or moral character. Addiction is a complex disease that involves changes to the brain's reward center. It's not a choice, and it's not a reflection of someone's moral character. Some of the most amazing people that I ever met were people that were in treatment or coming out of treatment, or people that were in recovery. They're such great people. They're not bad people. They're just struggling. If you look at everybody's life, you can find an area where each and every individual is struggling. So just because someone's struggling doesn't mean that they're a bad person. Many people with addiction struggle with feelings of shame and guilt, and this myth only serves to perpetuate those feelings. It's important to understand that addiction is a medical condition that requires treatment, not judgment. Myth number 7, therapy is a waste of time. Another common myth about mental health is that therapy is a waste of time. People assume that talking to a therapist won't really make a difference, or that it's too expensive, but therapy could be incredibly effective. You could treat a wide range of mental health issues. It's important to find a therapist who you feel comfortable with and who has experience with treating specific issues that you're dealing with. Myth number 8, mental health issues only affect adults. But the reality is that mental health issues can affect people of all ages. Early intervention is the key to preventing long-term problems. And if you need a list of interventions or a list of places you can go for therapy, there's going to be a link in the bio where you could find a list. Myth number 9, addiction treatment is always successful. Oh man, that's a serious myth. Many people say, well, I already went to treatment and it worked, so I'm good. Or all they need to do is go one time and everything's going to be fine. I wish that was the truth. But a lot of times there's many failures in addiction. Sometimes people try one time or 5 times or 10 times and they still are struggling. Just because you go to treatment doesn't guarantee success. One myth that we hear a lot is that addiction treatment is always successful. People assume if you go to rehab, you're going to automatically be cured of addiction. Loved ones say, well, after you go to rehab, you're going to come out, you're going to get a job, everything's going to be normal. I wish that was the case. But you're not automatically cured of addiction. You have to always constantly be working to stay good and to get clean and to maintain your sobriety. The reality is addiction is a chronic disease. Relapse is super common. That doesn't mean that treatment isn't effective or people shouldn't seek help, but it's important to understand that recovery is a process. It's not a one-time event. Myth number 10, mental health issues are a sign of weakness. Finally, one of the most harmful myths about mental health is that it's a sign of weakness. People assume that if you're struggling with anxiety or depression, you just need to toughen up. The reality is mental health issues are a medical condition just like any other illness. Seeking help is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. And I'm really glad that all of you have been a part of watching this video. I hope you found it informative.
So there are a lot of misunderstanding and misconception about, and he really nicely clarified that. There are a lot of misunderstanding, misconception, and myths about harm reduction too. And I have a separate video on that, but I'm hearing that our elder and Greg was here, the local radio, and Dr. Govinder is going to do a special PAT class on harm reduction. So I think we're going to focus it there as well. But this was an amazing, like 10 facts. You can listen to this, you can share it with your friends. And you can get the transcription of this video too, and you can just copy and paste and send it to people. So there are a lot of really good stuff. So the next video is very short, but it gives you another dimension of this crisis. How ER responds to this situation. So it's a 2-minute video on our hospital, and I want to show that to you.
If someone has taken opioids like fentanyl, heroin, morphine, or oxycodone, and they've had too much, it can quickly turn into an emergency. Hello, my name is Dr. Zia, and I am an emergency physician at the Ottawa Hospital. And here's what you need to know if you encounter someone who is experiencing an opioid overdose. First off, you'll know something's wrong if their breathing is slow, shallow, or even stopped. Their lips or fingertips can turn blue or gray. Their pupils might shrink to tiny pinpoints. And no matter how hard you try shaking them or how loud you shout, they just won't wake up. If you see these signs, act immediately. First, call 911. Tell them that you think it's an opioid overdose. Next, give naloxone if you have it. Most kits in Ontario are a nasal spray, so peel open the package, tilt their head back, and place the nozzle in one nostril and press the plunger. It works within a couple of minutes. If the person has stopped breathing or is only gasping or gurgling, you can start hands-only CPR right away. Don't wait. Place the heel of one hand in the center of their chest and put your other hand on top and push hard and fast at about 100 to 120 times per minute. That's roughly 2 compressions every second. Let the chest rise fully between pushes. Keep going until help arrives and they start breathing again. If they're still not responding after 2 to 3 minutes, give a second dose of naloxone in the other nostril. Please stay with them until help arrives, even if they wake up, because naloxone wears off in about 30 to 90 minutes and the overdose symptoms can return. In Ontario, you can get a free naloxone kit at most pharmacies, community health centers, and through many first aid programs. There's no prescription needed for naloxone kits. The faster you act, the better their chance of survival. Call 911, give naloxone, start hands-only CPR if necessary, and please don't leave until help takes over. And if you want to be ready for other emergencies like this, check out.
So we have a booth there. There are a lot of people sitting there, experts. There are stuff there. You can certainly take it and try to get to know about it. She's using Ottawa's information, but I think in Saskatchewan, every Indigenous person is eligible to get a naloxone kit if you go to a pharmacy. So I think this information are correct here as well. So everybody should have access to this. The next video is a totally different audience. It's women talking to experts about how to teach children. And I think that's a very key concern here. That how do we protect our children? When do you talk to them? What is the best time to talk to them? How do you talk to them? So I think this will give you a little bit of food for thoughts, and it's a different audience, but I think you will like it. So let's listen to this social conversation.
Noticed a growing. All right, welcome back to the show. If you've been following the news lately, you've probably noticed a growing concern about the rising number of youth dealing with addiction in Canada. In fact, research shows that opioid death rates have tripled for Ontario teens and young adults since 2014.
Unbelievable. Well, our next guests are here to shed some light on this troubling situation and share some important information on how we can all help any young people in our lives who are struggling. Dr. Amy Gajaria is a child and adolescent psychiatrist at CAMH, which is the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, and Chantal Vallerand is executive director of Drug Free Kids Canada. And I'd like to welcome both of you to the show. Thanks for being here. Thank you.
It's such an important conversation to have. So Chantal, the headlines regarding teens and young people with substance abuse have been quite shocking. And I'm curious, does this align with the statistics that you are seeing?
Indeed, yes. Although youth addiction is an ongoing issue, but the hospitalization rate is increasing with youth, with substance use. As well, the Canadian Association of Pediatricians came out with a report that says that the leading cause of death in Western Canada right now, for the kids that are aged 10 to 18, is accidental overdose.
Wow.
So it is actually, yeah, it is concerning. The average age of experimentation with alcohol in Canada is 13, and the average age of experimentation with cannabis is 14. So, and we know that the best way to do prevention is to really initiate dialogue with our kids before they start experimenting. It's never too late, but I would strongly encourage parents to engage in an informed dialogue with their kids as soon as they can.
Dr. Amy, give us an insight. What is going on with young people that it seems like they're turning to drugs and alcohol more than ever?
You know, we're in the pandemic, we just came through the pandemic, and we know that that was really tough on young people. It really affected their mental health. It was such a hard time for them. And in my practice, I see a lot of young people who use substances to deal with their feelings, their emotions, what's going on. And when things are really difficult, sometimes if they don't have other coping strategies, they might go to drugs or alcohol. I also happen to work with a lot of young people who think a lot about the world. And I think we sometimes underestimate kids and how much they think and pay attention to what's going on. But they come in and they talk about the price of food, the price of housing, what their life is going to look like, the climate. And sometimes they just don't know how to cope with the heaviness of that, and that sometimes can contribute as well.
All right, so Chantal, what substance seems to be the most problematic for young people?
So as I mentioned, usually initiation is done with alcohol and cannabis at an early age. But as we're mentioning as well, is there's a rise in the use of opioids, and there's no margin of error with that, right? There's a very sad story that happened in Montreal over the Christmas break. There was a young boy, Mathis, with his family having pizza, looking forward to the Christmas break, said he was going to go to his room for gaming with his friends online. Parents said yes. He went to his room and proceeded to take a pill that he thought was Oxycontin to experiment. And then started feeling funny feelings in his arms, told the people online, I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to go to sleep. Brushed his teeth, put on his PJ, went to bed, and unfortunately the next day when his parents came to wake him up, he had passed away. So the reason why I'm sharing this is the dad was very vocal about it and came out and said, you know, I was hoping that he would have come to me and tell me that he wasn't feeling okay. So it's about normalizing the conversation, about telling your kids that no matter what, they can come to you. Yeah. You're going to be there to support them. So using prescription drug to get high is one of the conversations we should have, because the margin of error is almost non-existent. It can be fatal.
Wow. Listen, we know that exposure to drugs and alcohol when you're an adult is going to have an impact on your body. But Amy, what does early exposure or early use of drugs and alcohol do to young people?
So unfortunately, the earlier you start using, the higher risk you have of having problematic use. So that might mean you have a dependence, or you use more significant substances, and so that's one major thing. The other thing is, once you're using really heavily, you're getting into a lot of difficult territory. So kids that are using heavily have more relationship of being in conflict with the law. They might end up, seeing people overdose. They might experience their own trauma, and that just keeps adding and adding and adding, and then it makes it more and more difficult to get out of that system, get out of that life, because of all of what you've seen. We also know there's an association between early cannabis use, heavy cannabis use, and the emergence of psychosis if you're using really heavily in your adolescence. And then just as Chantal said, the risk of overdose. We might have experimented with drugs, or people we know might have experimented with drugs when they were younger, but the toxic drug supply, it just means that even if a kid is experimenting or doing things recreationally and not intending to, there can be these devastating consequences like Chantal spoke, because we don't know what's in our drug supply anymore.
All right, so if you're a parent or a caregiver and there's a young person in your life and you're concerned about them, what signs should you look out for if they're perhaps struggling with drug use?
Well, if all of a sudden they're losing interest in the things that made them happy before, those sources of joy are not as present anymore. They're losing interest. They're isolating themselves. They're more to themselves in their room. All of a sudden they have new friends that you don't know much about, and you're asking questions and they're more secretive. They're asking you for pocket money, and when you ask for the change, you're not seeing the change. They're being secrets about why they need that money. Grades all of a sudden are declining. These are all signs, but at the end of the day, they're teenagers, right? So they will be more to themselves. They will have a tendency to separate and go to their room and have new friends, but we tell parents, keep at it, keep asking questions, share your concerns with them. These are some signs. That doesn't mean I don't want to alarm parents. I just want them to be in tune with what's going on with their kids' lives.
Okay, so Amy, if a parent is watching and they think my child might be going down this path, what do? How can they support their child?
It is so important to have an open conversation with kids and to know that they can come talk to you no matter what. The connection is so important. It sounds so simple, but when kids know they're loved and that you care about them no matter what, it goes so far. So even if there is a mistake, even if there's an error, even if they do, get drunk and call you, the idea that they can come back to you and that you're there for them is huge, because then they will tell you what's going on. And the other thing I'll say is, if you know anyone in your life who is a young person who uses pills, you need to have an naloxone kit in your house. You just never know when there'll be an overdose.
Chantal and Amy, invaluable information. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise. Thank you. If you are looking for more support, both CAMH and Drug Free Kids Canada.
So I think all of you would relate to this. You may have kids, you would have kids in the family, and supervising kids. So I think how you talk to them, how much time do you have in your day-to-day life to listen to them and see what they're doing. And you are watchful and mindful enough to see where the kid is showing abnormal behavior, and you're able to detect that. And if you see my kid is not talking anymore, or being absent, or not doing the things that they used to do before, well, there are something going on that you need to know as a parent or a caregiver. So I think for children, this is a very good sort of some key things to think about, and how you talk to kids. There is really a book on what language you should use when you talk about addiction, and specifically in an indigenous setting. You cannot use some of these words that we use all the time. That is absolutely a no-no in a good communication. That you use language that is respectful, people feel not stigmatized, and they can come back to it. And you can have a meaningful conversation with them to get to the bottom of what's going on. So I think this is a very critical piece. You can spend days and days on this, like how you educate kids, how you listen to them in the current time where everybody, parents and kids, are equally distracted by digital world, and everybody's on the phone, and really nobody has time. Like when I see in my family in the evening, what kids are doing, I'm tired, I want to have also some entertainment time. So I think that is the time we need to think, okay, where are the most important things that you need to be paying attention? So I think this was a very good conversation between the experts and some common themes. My last video is about the xylazine, the tranq that's in the mix here as well. And I would like you to listen to a couple of things. Some of you may know that already, but it's good to.
So these are above and beyond normal withdrawal symptoms. Xylazine has also been known to cause wound. Xylazine is a drug that's being added to opioids to extend the high. The effects of it are extreme sedation. Typically, when used in conjunction with fentanyl, most users report sleeping for 2 to 3 hours afterwards, and deep sedation occurs, where the person's completely unarousable, even through sternal rubs, pinching, any noxious stimuli doesn't wake them up. Chronic use of xylazine has been shown to cause some withdrawal symptoms. Xylazine withdrawal symptoms can be extreme changes in blood pressure, up to and including hypertensive crisis that requires critical care to fix, extreme anxiety, hallucinations, and that's in conjunction with the opioid withdrawal. So these are above and beyond normal withdrawal symptoms. Xylazine's also been known to cause wounds that can progress into very large ulcers and ultimately could lead to amputations if not treated quickly. Signs of an overdose with opioids and xylazine on board: decreased respiratory rate, blue fingers and nails, dusky appearance, cold, unarousable to the point of sternal rubs don't wake them up anymore, pinching them doesn't wake them up anymore. If there was an overdose with the opioid and xylazine, arousing after naloxone administration is very difficult. People don't wake up from these kind of overdoses, they just return to normal breathing rate. Recommended response to an opioid overdose with xylazine is to administer Narcan, just like any other time. You tilt the head back, administer the full dose, check for breathing, and you would re-administer naloxone every 2 to 3 minutes from that point. Over-administration of naloxone can lead to precipitated withdrawal. If administering naloxone does not bring them back to normal breathing, rescue breathing is important. Continue to administer rescue breathing until emergency personnel can arrive and take over, or 2 to 3 minutes is up and you can administer another dose of naloxone. At this point, if their breathing is returning to normal or has returned to normal, you want to put them in the recovery position. In these situations, you need to stay with the participant. That's why we instruct everybody to call 911. Our organization in this county has actually, the police have dropped folks off that they're concerned about, and we've been able to sit with them for upwards of 4.5, 5 hours while they recovered. My recommendation is reach out to your local harm reduction organization or community organization and kind of establish those ties.
So this was basically what we wanted to show to you. I know there has been ongoing focus on different aspects of the overdose response and how we reach out to the most vulnerable at-risk people on the street here and in the surrounding areas. So I really commend the efforts that the community health team is doing. You're going to hear more and more of these sort of themes. I think it has to be an ongoing event because the magnitude of the crisis is so deep that one day, 1 week, 1 month wouldn't be enough. So we have to keep focusing on this on an ongoing basis, trying to reach out to people. From the services standpoint, the services are available. There are a lot of options for people when to call. Elder Howard was telling us that he gets called on the weekend and after hours. People ask him what to do. So I think there is still a great deal of information people need, where people can call, how do they get that service? And not everybody who is at risk has a phone or access to internet. So I think it's really hard how you reach out to them. When we were doing the podcast on the local radio, I mean, some of our outreach team was sharing amazing stories, how they reach out to people and what they hear from people. And how they find people is an incredible service. So I think there's a lot to do, but I think if we show love, compassion, mercy, and care to our families and band members, I think we can help them and they can come out of it. And you heard the 10 myths. Those myths are really out there and we need to just fight against that and educate as much as we can. So with that, I think that was all I wanted to say, and if there are questions, I'm available. Elder, you want to say something? You had a lot of great thoughts, perspectives.
Danse. Nigan nanaskom no ega pemiche tiegota. It's nice to see a good crowd. I know we're all concerned. Nista kakio he takskaguioma uta taskina matsmaskigi. Nista mina pevan ngutuane pegon exisonista en swapated. Magatanse ke switche haya to skaim nog. Pogo moiga pomea tatugiska. We can't give up on our family members, can't give up on our youth, the ones that are lost. I work at the treatment T-Talk Center. Every morning I go there to have a circle, sharing circle with them. And one thing I always try and to do is I just share with the clients over there the positive of why they came to the treatment center. We don't dwell on the negative side, their past life, and every morning we pray, and I tell them, this is not, it's up to you. You have to believe in your own higher power. You got to try and find your own higher power. I can't show you, I can't tell you what to believe in. It's only up to you. Kiepoko kamiskaman egama. But michet kape pitako etchik aste peogamgo michet ekta tunaya moinan toiwa gigitamo to skaim nog. Our young people that come into our center, they don't have anywhere to go. No family, nothing. They lost their children. Their children got taken away, and this is the last resort that they come to. And that's where we come in to try and build them up to, like Dr. Khan said, it's treatment is not a one-time thing. It can take so many years for you to become clean, but it's all up to you. If you make up your mind, like what I tell the clients here, I'm glad that they're here. And first thing we do when we have a circle is we acknowledge each other as a family, circle of family. We know each other. We have to try and build that trust again and build that love towards themselves. That's the most important thing, is to build that love in themselves. And we used the cultural component at Equiskeet, and it's really, but I don't really push what I believe in to the clients. It's up to them to find their own way. Some of the clients asked if they could go to church, and we accommodate that too. But we have to start believing in our young people again, that they lost almost everything out there with the drug. Matsamaski gioma, kak gio egoma, kigatsi, and my two tagots. But it's only The only way we can help Kawichihayak is one day at a time, Kigwe. And see God's Kigwe Xnamoyak, and see God's Pixquatayak. Hatid Michid, they're not ready. So many of them, they're not ready. So they sign themselves out. But we always tell them it's an open door. They can always come back whenever they want. But we don't force them to stay. We don't force them to go. We all kapacitat. And it's ego mapogo maga kistanauta umamachmaski gime gatskapenpai. Ay man to skime nog. We're all susceptible to this drug that's out there. And I think so many of us, we say to ourselves, or we talk about it, what can we do? What is the next step? But the only thing is we have to keep praying for them. Keep praying for them. Kaki sumustamayagik and kapikskotayag. Whenever talking to them, whenever we meet, when we come to meet them, we meet them like outside, anywhere, just to remind them that there's help out there. We all go mountain itchagano kapacitat. But michet ewan sik to skaim nog. Agwamamina mana moikskeitak kapepituga machignete. Most of them lost their identity. Most of them don't know what Tanse, Tanteoche, Eochiche. That's because of the drug that's in their system. Takes away their lives. Maraya, agam pikskotaya akpo. Moigi po mano. Michet, a doctor, okay, to Dr. Khan. Guy speaks with Uta. He comes out here to help us lots with his Dr. Khan nagatem guyutagiano kakio utauchtaskino. And I think most of northern community you deal with, or you ewanaya maskigiwino or kanagatemga. And but excepo ritoan marapo kamamo kamatwe uma muigi po mano kiam puriste kais kagi semua kai mehaya Fogame Ramapo, Capacitaya. To Skyme no Kawapatamano, Chagaste Paichigane, Hawasak, Kapik Squatayak, Tasim Sino, Kusim Nok, Tatukisagao, Kiamata, Kaga Macha Paichig. Ego mopo kapik squataya, tanegang hexagaito. Mwixkitena no tansi wistois mountanistas, toasimno, kusimno. Ego aspinotam ang makaripe takupay aksun. Ek tomo trakyo, tuskaim nok, moi egi kois, tantsero is mam toneta, tanegom kakskati icepaik. Magapoko kistano karamemwa, we have to try and keep the positive. Kawitamwag, ewa. Nus magnis tatugis ka pis kota. Sige ma moya karatsianista tuskai magnista ewa tagigut mas kigi. Maga pogo hatsu pogo. Daga meimon nus mag pis kotak. Sagituan. Love is the number one thing for our children and our grandchildren. Our Japans. We have to show them that love. Pag nakatuloy ko Evaks namaturam go kami na machi tu teo go. Pa match big squat touch. Sma namoagana. Magekse takari ten tu tawig. Thank you for listening to me. Hi.
Thanks so much, Elder. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Khan and Howard, for the powerful message. We'll go for a 10-minute break. Before we go, just a brief, the barcode, the QR code on your tables. To get into the draws, you need to download that and do our little survey for prevention services. So if you guys need it, they'll be here at the front table. 10-minute break, and then we'll go on with Onion Lake Justice Department Drug and Gang Strategy. Thank you. Dr. Khan is going to be heading out. If you guys have one couple questions and you want to talk to him privately, by all means, he's available. And don't forget to go to our information booths. We got great information over there on the side. We also have a human slot machine here on the prevention side, so a lot of good prizes if you want to get into that as well. Or you want to take pictures of Khan, come and take pictures. Don't be shy to walk around and mingle.
crash of the wagons, thunder from the hooves, roll of the wheels, it's fans going wild, cheers heard all around. The next left turn that you take is the one that leads you home. It's dash for the money, one barrel at a time. The outriders ride, and the wagons, they burn. Let's head on home to the finish line. I got the cinch pulled tight. Cabaret starts late tonight. I will take you dancing. We'll hit the floor as the horses rest for the night. It's dash for the money, one barrel at a time. The outriders ride, and the wagons, they burn. Let's head on home to the finish line. Pulled on tight. I got my best shirt ripped while feeding this morning. They got jump in their step, adrenaline fills their veins. Well, here we are, last day to race. If we finish top 4, jackpot, here we come. Let's cheer and shout our best team on. Let them make it safe to the finish line. It's dash for the money, one barrel at a time. The outriders ride, and the wagons, they burn. Let's head on home to the finish line. Yeah, to the finish line. Finish line.
I'll press it down, I'll rotate.
You can rotate? You want this one or this one? Don't matter. You sure? Okay. Slide? Three. I'm gonna do a slide. It's just
next.
There's two.
Okay.
You'll just let Sereno, I'll switch it for you.
Just look at me and go like this.
We'll go like this.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sabrina Wasquich. I've been working with Native Justice for over 11 years now. So we're just going to present our drug and gang strategy. I'm just going to introduce our justice staff. We're just trying to learn to do presentations, so we're just going to take turns doing the slides. So this is Dorothy Patakin, our justice coordinator. This is Glenda Wolf, youth prevention. Corinne Diddick, our admin assistant. Carol Harper, executive assistant, and Carmela McAdam, our safer communities coordinator. So I'm going to hand it over to Dorothy.
First and foremost, I would like to thank God that, He's our provider, my provider, and that's what I do. But I just want to thank God today that He's brought us here to come together and share our knowledge as a team. And with that, my name is Dorothy Patagan. I'm Justice Coordinator for Native Justice. And I also am a court worker. I've been with this department for 5 years now. And my coworker, Sabrina, has had many experience in our department. And she's helped me and guide me along the way. And when I first started, it was right in the middle of COVID-19. That was a very challenging year, challenging time for everyone. And services were limited. People were isolated, and many families were dealing with stress, uncertainty, grief, and hardship. We also saw serious concerns around gang activity and drug use in our community. Those issues were visible and had a strong impact on individuals, families, and the overall safety of our community. The gang and drug strategy was first introduced by Janet Trauche, a former director for Native Justice. Her idea from a need to respond to the issues we were seeing in a more organized and community-focused way. Her strategy helped us look at prevention, support, accountability, and of course, healing. In my role, I see the importance of working together. Native Justice cannot deal with these issues alone. It takes a collaboration with leadership, families, schools, health services, police, community programs, elders, and other support people. The goal of this strategy is about prevention and education, and we want to reach the youth before they become involved. We want families to recognize warning signs, and we want people to know where they can go for help. And this is why we brought all the departments together. So with that, we want to present our strategy. And as a team, we want to involve our workers as well. And so with that, we'll start off. So, of course, everybody knows Onion Lake is outside of Lloydminster. Our strategy was to help with the rising crisis and current crisis of drugs and illegal activity in Onion Lake. So common drugs were cocaine, crack, prescription pills taking over our community. Crystal meth is currently still in. And so our strategy was to hear the community concerns and deal with the issues such as, break-ins, thefts,
physical activity and to deal with the death rates, especially youth, that have been ongoing in the last few years. And so with the rates rising, that's why we created our drug and gang strategy over 10 years ago. And just quickly, it just began in 2009, and our convention law, bylaws, our three-step process that we'll talk about, the first, second, and third notice. So it's continuing 2013, 14, 15, 17, until now, 2026. And I'll hand it over to Glenda. You want to talk about the first notice?
So, first notice letter including VCR number 2015-16-344-94 as an attachment, and acknowledges Chief and Council's zero tolerance to all drugs and alcohol abuse in the community by way of implementing a drug strategy that will combat the adverse effects of drug and alcohol abuse at OLSCN. Documents are hand-delivered and signed from home occupant for verification. Intake date is stated on the letter delivered, where occupant comes in and meets with frontline workers, the hub table. The intake assists the homeowner to meet and work with the panel to reintegrate the OLCN member back to the community. Recommendations are created between all parties in intake, and a plan is developed. The homeowner and occupant is requested to renew their homeowner lease agreements with OLCN.
Thanks, Glenda. We can go to second notice, and Corrine will introduce this one.
At this step, if the homeowner does not respond to the first notice and or has followed through with the intake but not willing to comply with the recommendations, the homeowner or occupant will receive a second notice. This second notice provides the homeowner another opportunity to complete an intake. If the homeowner does not respond to the first notice and the second notice, the file will be reviewed by the hub committee, and a recommendation will be made to the chief and council to enforce an eviction. If the homeowner attends the intake identified in step 1 and is unsuccessful, then the next step is implemented. For example, if unsuccessful in step 1, the process will start at step 2.
The third notice and the final notice. If the homeowner and or resident identified as the occupant of the home and both the homeowner and the occupant have not responded to the first and second notice, the homeowner occupant will receive a third notice letter. If a non-band member fails to attend an intake session identified in the notice, a failure to complete an intake will result in eviction from the OLCN as stipulated in the residency bylaw. If the homeowner and or resident identified fails to follow through with the third letter notice system, eviction from the unit home will take place.
Thank you, Carol. The next part is just the immediate intervention process. Camilla, if you want to speak on this part.
So this process will deal with urgent cases that require immediate intervention and cannot wait for hub meetings. So the part 1, in the event that for an immediate case that cannot wait for a hub meeting, this case will go to Native Justice as priority based on the severity of the emergency situation. Cases that are involved other departments such as RCMP, etc., the case then be reviewed at the next hub meeting for a follow-up and case plan. Part 2, in the case for persons being released from jail for drug trafficking, etc., that are urgent cases, the process would be assessed on a case-by-case process to Native Justice Board.
Thank you, Carmela. So our hub meetings, we do have them with the nation, admin, local departments. We just put it in here. So the hub table, any community concerns that come in into our office, we always take them to the hub meeting, try and find solutions. So the hub table focuses on community safety, high crisis situations, crime reduction. We try to find solutions for immediate action. The table consists of reps from local departments such as family services, justice, education, wellness, rehab, prevention, admin. We also involve the elders and are trying to involve our Treaty Gov Elders Council. So it's not a Band-Aid for quick fixes, but we do listen to any community concerns that come in. It's confidential, we don't talk about it in the public. It's accountability, and we do have files to ensure follow-ups on any concerns that come in. So the purpose of the hub is for teamwork to find solutions to community problems. It's risk-driven, not incident-driven. Immediate interventions, as Carmilla was saying, identifies gaps in delivery and systematic change. We try and work with the community to build trust and to meet the needs of the individual in any community concerns. Okay, I'm gonna hand it over to Dory.
So with this planning and preparation for surrounding communities, we've always, when we do our strategies, when we introduce them, we always involve our neighboring communities, because it is not just in our area, it's everywhere. Drugs do not have boundaries. So with that, we always include our neighboring communities, because that's where drugs are flowing all over. They're coming in, they're going out. So with that, we've always included our neighboring communities. So in 2017, we had our first drug and gang forum, and surrounding communities from Alberta and Saskatchewan attended, which is Thunderchild, Saddle Lake, Minnestickwin, Big Island Lake, Frog Lake, Keewan, Fishing Lake, Maklasagagan, including FSIN. The objective of the meetings was to identify what drug and gang strategies are in place within our communities. What program options are available off reserve, and how RCMP can be or have been involved in combating drug and gang activity within our communities. The goal was and has been to identify collaborative solutions and breakout group sessions to brainstorm ideas. So like I say, we've always included everyone within our community and surrounding communities. And like I say, it does not have a boundary. It's here, and we have to try and deal with it. As every department, within a community, all departments need to be involved. It can't be just one. So with that, that's why we've asked everyone to come and join. I think that is all our presentation. If there's one more? Okay. Skip this one. Skip this one. Okay.
So why it works for Onion Lake: growing process, teamwork, implement new strategies, ideas, educating others. The process creates a trusting relationship with the drug dealers, users. This way, it helps to manage who, what, when, where, and why. No one wants a life of drugs. If given the opportunity to quit, it's usually taken. It shouldn't have to be a punitive approach in all cases. We need more intervention and prevention. Non-band members using our people to sell and commit crimes can and will be evicted. They will not use or abuse our people. This strategy is implemented on everyone selling drugs, gangs. Onion Lake Chief and Council are in full support of the drug and gang strategy. It is only when someone has been affected directly that someone will stand up and say something.
Thank you, Carmela. I think that's the end of our presentation. If you guys have any questions, you can come to our table there. If you have any concerns, I forgot to mention we have our tip line. It's confidential. It's text only, so you can report any anonymous drug or gang tips. Our number was 306-344-1200. So, but yeah, if you have any questions, we also have resources at our table. And thank you for today.
Shows one more slide. No? Okay. Another guest speaker?
Yeah. Well, did you use the guest speaker?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Oh, I got camera shot. Yeah. Okay, everybody, 5 o'clock's coming up. We're going to have our supper soon. But we do have one more guest speaker to come up and talk about her story. Her name is Hosanna LaChance. If you don't mind coming up. And then during supper, we're gonna do our Narcan training as well. All right, everybody, we'll do a quick 5, maybe 10-minute break. Get on up, stretch your legs. Take a walk, check out the booths, see the information each vendor has here. Come on down to our little human slot machine. There's food and snacks over there by the pop machine.
Stephanie Ukwala. I am the Prevention Director under the nation. So I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an update on where we are with the food. We're still in the process of cooking the burgers. However, we'll get started with our guest speaker. If everybody can grab a seat, and we'll get started right away, and then we'll just provide updates on when the food will be done. So, everybody, I want to introduce you to Hosanna LaChance, who's going to talk about her personal experience. So, everybody, please give her a warm welcome.
Hi. Hi, my name is Hosanna LaChance. I am a Cree woman from Minnesota, Saskatchewan, and I've been asked here to come speak on by my classmate. I am a first-year student at Blue Quill studying social work. I'm about to start my second year here in the fall. And I'm just gonna say this. This is my first time, so I'm really nervous. I'm sweating, and yeah, and yes, I'll go at the end. And okay, so Breaking the Cycle: A Story of Hope, Healing, and Moving Forward, presented by me, Hosanna. Okay. I wanted to start off by introducing myself better of who I am. I am currently working at a daycare full-time, and I work at a convenience store part-time. I also do cater cooking and cleaning jobs on the side. Like I said, I'm a student studying social work at the University New Hello Theotsin Nista Maganek Blue Coast. There. I've been practicing that. Thank you. And helping others heal, finding hope, inspiring them to move forward in making those changes for the better. And this is what I value the most and why I chose to pursue social work. And I decided to share my story because I am more than my past. I am a survivor. My humble beginnings. So I was born to Velma Krickeneck of Minnesota. She's in the proud woman holding that fish over there. And my father, Joseph LaChance of Big Island Lake, and he's holding the other fish. You could tell I'm a family of fishermen. And there's a picture of my grandparents, Charlie and Marie Krickeneck. They have raised me till I was about 5 or 6. And the baby picture is me. And the 2 pictures on the side are my siblings, my mom. So, I was raised in a broken home. I was born, when I was born, my parents were married, but as a very young age, trouble started in their marriage. It's not my business to talk about that, but it is my business because I'm the one who had to suffer through a broken home. I got moved from home to home within my family and within my dad's family, and I suffered a lot of abuse. And I didn't know that I went through all that abuse until I was older, because I thought that was just how it was supposed to be. Being hit all the time, being sexually abused and mentally abused and everything. I just accepted it. I didn't know it was an issue at that time until I got older. Then I started to realize this is not normal. I shouldn't be going through these things. And I started to become very angry. Yep. Where it all started. So that's a picture of me when I was 14. It's when I started doing a bunch of criminal activity. I didn't realize that it was criminal activity at the time. I thought it was just fun, and I was a very angry person. And I was bullied in school every day just to go home to be bullied some more. And it wasn't fun, because at that age I was always wondering, why am I being hurt by everybody? Why does everybody want to hurt me? And Like, why does everybody want to, like, you know, abuse me physically and everything like that? And it wasn't very fun. So I started dipping into drugs. I started marijuana, weed. And I was at 15 years old when I first started to sell weed. I started just by, you know, selling like joints. I started rolling joints and selling them in school, after school, all of that, because I just wanted to get more weed so I can smoke more weed. I didn't know that this was a pattern already beginning at the age of 15. And some things happened really traumatic at the same age when I was 15. And so I decided to act out, and I did I broke the law a whole lot. And one of them was that I assaulted a man causing bodily harm. I put him in a coma for a week, and then I ended up breaking into a Minnesota store and stealing a bunch of stuff, and then I landed myself in jail at juvie. I know it's not funny, but I'm a survivor, so I can laugh at myself. Not laugh, but you know. Anyways, these are the factors that contributed to the choices I made. Was all the trauma and everything that I went through. And was it pressure or circumstances that made me? I think about that because I think about my past a lot. And I think it was the pressure of just wanting to forget and feel better. And weed made me feel better at the time. And so it was the pressure of just how am I going to get some more weed? I don't want to deal with this sober. I don't want to deal with this, I just didn't want to be home. I didn't want to deal with any of it. So that was the pressures and the circumstances. So it was both. What was I searching for? Now I know that at the time I was suffering through a lot of abandonment issues because both my parents, they divorced when I was young, and my mom was going through her alcoholism phase where she was not home for months at a time. My dad was seeking a new wife, so we were never allowed there. And I was very lonely, I guess you can say. And so that was that. But when I came out of juvie at the age of 16, I went on a straight path until my early 20s. And I ended up graduating high school. I got my driver's license. I got a bunch of jobs and, etc. Go on and on. But I started getting into the drugs at the age of 23. This time it was hard drugs. I got into cocaine. And at the age of 24, I decided, hey, why don't I sell cocaine? So that's what I did for a long period of time. And I didn't see anything wrong with it at the time because it was numbing me. Kind of like what the weed did when I was a teenager, but it was to the extent of where it was like euphoric. It was like I didn't want to give it up. So I decided to, since I made it this far, I might as well start supporting my habit through ways I knew. So that's why I chose to reoffend as an adult. Well, that's not why I chose to reoffend as an adult yet. I guess, I'm gonna backtrack. Yes, I was already offending because I chose to sell cocaine, but I didn't get caught, that's what I mean. I didn't get caught until I was 33 years old. And that was a very eye-opener, but it wasn't until 2023 that I decided, to change my life. And that's where my survival began. Next one. I'm just sweating. Oh, you can hear that. So the consequences, and it's a little dark, but thanks AI. I don't know if everybody's on the AI part, but it created a picture of me looking out of bars, and these are the consequences I had to live with. So the consequences that I had to live with. Just a second, those are the ones. In slide 4. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, so the consequences that I had to live with was obviously jail time. Again, as an adult, I went to jail as like Pine Grove at the age of 33. And I chose to just do my time and then come out and, you know, make my life better, I guess. But that isn't the case, because when you're released from jail, nobody wants to hire a convict. It's like the system is built up for you to fail, and that's exactly what happened to me, because I got out and then I was meant to do all these conditions. Like, I had to go into the community, I had to seek counseling, I had to go to treatment, I had to do all these things, and I had to get a job, all these things. But they don't tell you, like, when you get released, that nobody wants to hire you. Everybody still looks at you like you're the same, like you're still just, you know, selling drugs, you're still an addict, and it's hard for you to like succeed. And I just ended up going back to life of crime again. It was the easiest thing at that time for me to do, rather than just sit there and follow the law and, you know, like, do what I was supposed to do. It was just easier just to take off and say, the hell with it. You know, like, nobody wants to help me out. Nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to do that. I played the blame game a lot. And the only person I didn't want to blame was me, because it was everybody else's fault. And so my actions was that I've done a lot of, I hurt a lot of people. I became really ruthless. I didn't even care about the consequences that landed me there. And I lost people close to me. And most of all, I didn't talk to my family. I chose to stay away from my family because, to me, they were the ones who hurted me when I was growing up. They were the ones who did all these things to me and everything like that, and I just didn't want to. You know, I just didn't want to like face them. And so I was at a really dark time. And then I realized that change became possible when I realized I wanted a different future. The turning point. So, not the end of my story, the beginning of my strength. I chose to rise, I chose me, survivor, warrior, strength. So an incident happened, 2 incidents actually happened the summer of 2023. I went out with my cousin, and her and I went out and we decided to get some drugs. So I was like already maybe 3 weeks trying to get straight. So I was like at home and I was trying to be sober, everything like that. And then she decided to come see me. And she was like, hey, let's go do this, let's go do that, let's go score some, you know, some stuff. And then I'm like, oh no, I can't, I don't want to, I'm trying to get straight here, I'm trying to find my peace, I told her. And then she was like, oh, well, you know, this and this, I'm just gonna go by myself. And then I just had this strong feeling in my gut to like, just go with her. So I decided, okay, well, let me get my things, I'll come with you. So I went in the house, got my things, went with her, and then we went to go score. And then as we were doing our drugs, and I decided maybe it's time we should go home, because it was like, we didn't even realize how much time, because like when you're doing drugs, like time just flies. Like you don't even know how many hours went by, how many days, when's the last time you ate, slept, anything like that. So like, I'm guessing we were out maybe like 12 hours. And so I decided, I was like, we should go. And then, you know, because nobody else was answering, we were trying to get some more. And as we were leaving the town, she told me that she was feeling dizzy and that she felt like she wanted to pass out. So I told her to pull over, and she pulled over, and then I asked her, "Are you okay? Do you want some of this Pepsi?" So I gave her some Pepsi, and then she's like, "Maybe I'm just hungry." So we went back to town. We went to McDonald's. As she was eating her McDonald's, somebody messaged us back, and then we're like, "Oh hey, we got some more. Let's go get it." So we went to go get it, and then I'm like, "Okay, now we gotta leave town. Now we gotta go." So we ended up driving, and about 10 minutes later, I remember we both smoked, and then I just looked out the window, and then I just hear her scream at the top of her lungs, and she was behind the wheel, and she screamed my name, "Jose!" Like, "Oh my God!" And then I looked at her. And then she's like, "I'm about to pass out." And then I didn't even get to react or anything. Her eyes rolled back and she started convulsing. She started having a seizure right behind the wheel. And we were driving on the back roads. And then when she did that, her foot stepped on the gas and I could just feel the speed from like my gut to hit my chest, and I just like in the seat. And then I did not hesitate. I just like lifted the middle of the console because it was a truck, and I just slid beside her and I just kicked her foot off the gas and put it in neutral and started pumping the brakes. Because I was trying to save us, right? So when we stopped, I immediately jumped out, pulled her out, put her in a recovery position, and started CPR, and I called 911. And we were on the side of the road, and just watching her trying to breathe, trying to struggle, but she couldn't, and I didn't know what was wrong, and she was in and out of seizures. And then there's how many vehicles that passed by and just watched me on my knees trying to resuscitate my cousin. And I was like just screaming at the top of my lungs. And finally an ambulance showed up and a fire crew showed up, and then this guy in the van drove by and he was like, "Can I help? I'm a doctor." So like I didn't say anything. I just stood there and I just watched, and I was praying. And they ended up taking her to Cold Lake, the hospital. So when I got to the hospital, they didn't let me in to see her. So I didn't know what to do. I just grabbed all my belongings and I went to the hotel, and I stayed in the hotel. My sister found me and told me that our cousin passed away and that it was a drug overdose. And as I was sitting out there watching earlier today, the naloxone and everything, I wish I knew that at that time. I wish I had those things, on me at that time. But I didn't. I didn't even know about them until recently. And I go back to that day all the time, and I'm like, I could have did this, I could have did that. But because of who I was at the time, a family member, her mother, reached out to me and said, "You better tell me everything that happened." And then I have no reason to lie, so I told her everything, what I just told you guys. And she was like, "Is it true that you're addicted to heroin? Is it true that you're a drug mule? And is it true that you just gave my daughter up and over a drug debt, and that you just left her on the side of the road to die?" And then I said, "No, I have never seen heroin in my life. I don't do heroin. That's not my choice." And I said, like, I tried everything I can to save her life, but this is just what happened. And she said a bunch of things to me, and she told me, you better not show up to the funeral. So I didn't go to my cousin's funeral. And we were really close. She was really close we were really close with each other. We've known each other our whole lives, and she was really close. So after that, I kind of went more of it on a downhill spiral. I just gave up on the fact of even trying to sober up. I gave up on the fact of even trying to go straight. I just dove hard into what I was already doing. And then it wasn't until about a month and a half later that I was rammed off the road. Sorry, I'm choking up. I was rammed off the road on a quad. I was driving a quad, driving home, and I got rammed off the road, and I just about lost my life. I broke my entire rib cage on my left side. I had a flail chest, and I had a bunch of brain injuries, brain bleeds, like everything like that. And I was under the influence. And so when I woke up in the hospital, I don't even know how much time went past, but I got airlifted and everything like that. I don't know how much time passed, but when I woke up and I see my mom standing there. My mom is a very humorous woman, so when I woke up, she looked at me, she grabbed my hand, and she was like, "Oh, my girl, how many lives do you think you got left?" I just started laughing, but I couldn't. I was like, "Oh, it hurts." And I was like, "Oh, mama." Yeah, but so it took me about 1.5 years to recover from that. But I go back to what I was saying. When I woke up from that accident, I was so ready to just say, yes, I was under the influence and I shouldn't have been drinking and driving that much. I don't remember 10 minutes before my accident. I don't remember the accident itself. I just remember leaving the beach and waking up in the hospital all broken. And then it wasn't a few days go by, I decided to go check my social media, and so many people were messaging me and telling me that what happened is that it was purposely done to me, and that I was chased and I was rammed off the road by a few people, and I know who those people are. And that kind of just made me really sad, because they left me on the side of the road. I could have died, and that's when I decided to change my life. I said, okay, this is it. I'm in a hospital bed. I need to sober up. I need to straighten out my life. I need to get back on track. I need to do everything that I need to do to make my life better, to feel like start my healing journey. And if I didn't start my healing journey then, and I would only end up, underground or back in the hospital or in jail. Those are the only 3 places that you're gonna go when you live that life, and I knew it. And so that's when I decided, this is it. And it wasn't easy. It was not easy whatsoever. It still isn't easy, because this was in 2023. It was 3 years ago, and I'm still on my healing journey. But life is better than it was then. I'm accomplishing things and doing things that I never ever thought that I can. And some days it's really super hard, and some days it's really easy, and some days it's really fulfilling. And then there's days where I get triggers like really bad, where I just have to pray about it and go home and remind myself that I'm doing good where I'm at. And then I just think about all the ugliness of what came with using. So that keeps me going most days, and it's just prayer and treatment. Okay, next one. My healing journey. So I went to treatment a few times, and treatment was something else, because I went to a few different treatment centers, and they all run differently. And there's a lot of interesting people there, some that are there just because it's court ordered. Some are there because they want to do it for a family member or their kids. Some people are there just to do it for themselves. And from experience, I think the most successful way to go to treatment is if you really, really want to do it for yourself. If you want to do it for somebody else, or if you're court ordered or anything like that, then you won't be successful, because you're doing it for other people. You're gonna have to want to do it for yourself. You're gonna have to want that change. And I met this lady in one of the rehabs, said that she's been to rehab 7 times, and she had about 6 kids. And I told her, I was like, "You've been here that many times, Tagat?" And she was like, "Yeah. Well, this time it's gonna be better," she said. I'm like, "Oh, how is it gonna be better?" "Because I'm doing it for myself this time," she said. And I'm like, "Oh, you didn't do it for yourself the other times?" And she's like, "No, I went for my kids, I went for my husband, I went for everything else, but this time I'm gonna be selfish, and I'm going to succeed." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's awesome, and I hope you do." And I kind of creep her on Facebook from time to time. Don't tell on me. But she's still on her sober journey, and I'm so proud of her. I haven't really reached out to her yet, but I will one day. And also, my education is what keeps me going. I am inspired to help people with my social work, and I want to help people who are in addictions, and I want to help people that are like in justice or correctional facilities and other things like that. My goal is to help people because I have experience and I know where they're coming from. I can relate to them, I can understand them, and I can give them hope. Yeah, I'm not even using my flashcards. Huh? Okay. So my life today, see, that's a rose growing from concrete. If anybody knows Tupac, then they know what that refers to. The rose that grew from concrete. So I chose this picture because it's a flower growing from a crack in the concrete. Yeah. Okay. See, that's me. That's what I was trying to say. So my life today, as I said earlier, that I am a student, I'm loving life. I have so many things, like I've had everything in my life, I've had it before, but I've had it with money that I didn't make decently or legitimately. So everything, like a lot of us has happened to me in the past year. I finally got my driver's back. I was suspended for 9 years. Yeah, but I kept driving because I'm like, catch me if you can. But yeah, I kept getting caught. Yeah, so and I got my driver's back. I have to get the blow box. I have to have the blow box for 2 years, but I have 16 more months to go. Yay! And I was able to finally afford an apartment, and I'm like, yay! And a car, and I am a student. I am succeeding in my studies. And yeah, life is just coming all together. And I find it more enjoyable now because I can actually remember it. I don't have to be paranoid about like who's gonna come knocking on my door or about the cops. I don't have to be paranoid about anything like that. Like I made my living today by working hard and a lot of crying. I cried lots. I don't know why I had to say it like that. I cried lots. But yeah, so, and here I am up here now. I never once thought that I would be coming up here sharing my story because I'm kind of a stage fright. I'm a little shy, and I panicked all week about this. But my classmate, Carmela, she was like, you can do it. And I was like, oh, okay, I can do it. So here I am. Hi. Okay, I'm going to start rambling about nonsense because that's what I do when I'm nervous. But anyways, next slide. The lessons that I learned, accountability matters. That was like the hardest thing that I had to do, was take accountability for all my actions, for everything that I've experienced in my life. Like, sure, I was a child and injustices and everything like that, but it was my choice to do everything that I had. Like, I didn't have to do what I was doing, to like feel better, but that's what I chose. And it was so easy to say, oh, I chose all of that because of this. I chose all of that because of, that. And I didn't have a good life growing up, so that's why I am the way I am. When actually, you can change that. It's a cycle. It was a cycle that I personally was stuck in. And it's like everyone notices a cycle within our communities. And I'm not the only one going through it. There's many others. Everybody has a different story. But the accountability was the hardest thing that I had to take. Blame myself for everything. And I also learned that healing is possible. It's going to take a long time for me to heal from my traumas and everything like that, but I choose to do it healthy. And I do go to mental counseling. I speak with somebody about my mental health. I always want to put it back in check. I want to be in touch with who I am rather than just hiding who I am or covering everything. And all my emotions are a healthy thing. And I wish I knew that growing up. And I learned that people need support and opportunity. I learned that trauma and addiction need understanding. But when I was in my active addiction, I didn't even understand why I was. I just liked the way it felt. I just liked numbing everything. I just liked just hiding and covering everything up with things that was only temporary, things that was damaging, and something that could kill me. And now that I'm on my healing journey, I do understand why I chose to be an addict and an alcoholic, and it was my traumas. But I can't heal from my traumas in addiction. You have to heal from your traumas by accepting them, letting them go and forgiving everybody. And it's easier said than done, because that is not easy. I'm still trying to forgive some people that are in my life, but I will get there. I will. And change takes time. So there's no time limit. I used to always tell people there's no time limit to healing. Take as long as you want, because everybody is different. Some people will heal from something faster than others. And some people will just be traumatized by things that other people don't see that traumatizing, but to each their own. Everybody's problems are their own. So next one. Yeah, so my final message. Hold on, I wrote it down here. Just a second. My final message right here. Okay. Our past does not define our future. Every person deserves an opportunity to rewrite their story. And I am rewriting my story for the past 3 years, and I still have a lifetime to go. And I have so many goals to accomplish. And hopefully this won't be my first and only time I get to go speak. I'll have more confidence and I'll be more prepared. Yeah. So I'd like to have a special thanks. So healing, support, and hope can change lives. So try support everybody, or not everybody. Well, yeah, everybody. I don't know why I said not everybody. Okay, now I'm getting tongue-tied. So help anybody who can. Reach out to open your arms and give people hugs, if that makes sense. And well, that's everything. Anybody have questions? Hi. Yes.
On your healing journey, is it easier to do that in the city or on the nation?
I think it'd be easier to do it either way, because some people are comfortable in the city, some people are comfortable on the nation. But it's your healing journey, so wherever you feel comfortable on starting your healing journey, the choice is on you. The choice is up to you. So just go with whatever makes you feel comfortable. Does that answer your question? Okay. Anybody else?
So what did you do with your the atmosphere that you left when you were in that drugs, the people that were still doing the stuff? How did you deal with it going back home?
Out of sight, out of mind. So I removed myself from my home. I am still 3 years. I go home only to visit my mom and visit my other family members. I found that I still at this time can't go in my community and say hi or mingle with the people that were in my life before. I'm not at that stage yet. So that's a choice that I'm making, but the easiest way I did it was out of sight, out of mind. I ended up leaving the community. I found supports in family that lived outside the community, and I just ended up pursuing things that I wanted to do. And my goal is to eventually go back to my community and inspire others and everybody that I had to leave. And I still see them when I go shopping and stuff, and we do say hi. And you know, I tell they say they have nothing but good things to say when they see me. And they tell me that in person that, you know, I inspire them that they can change and that they want sobriety in their lives as well. And then I just smile and give them a hug, and I'm like, well, I'm so glad you can do it. You can do it, because, you know, I want to spread that. I want to inspire people. Does that answer your question? Right. Anyone? Okay, well, I'm going to wrap it up. Special thanks to Onion Lake Native Justice Department and Carmela McAdam for inviting me to come speak. It's my very first time, and hopefully it won't be my last. And I like to thank God for giving me the strength and the courage and to continue. And yeah, I hope everybody has a good evening. Okay.
Okay. No presentation, you're good to go?
No, I should be okay.
You're good to go?
I think. Do I need the microphone?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm Tracy. So sorry. I don't do well with these. Hi, everybody. I'm Tracy. I'm the harm reduction nurse at the health center. So just last thing before you guys get to eat, I'm going to do a quick demonstration on Narcan. If anybody has any questions afterwards, feel free to come over to our booth. We do have Narcan kits if people are wanting them. But yeah, we just wanted to give you guys a quick demonstration, talk to you about what it's about. So Narcan or naloxone, basically same thing, it's just different name. So sometimes you'll hear us use them and it's basically the same. Comes in a couple of different forms. So we have nasal Narcan. So nasal Narcan comes either in a box or it comes in a kit. And then there's injectable Narcan, which can come either in an ampule or it can come in vials. Okay, same drug. Narcan, so the idea of Narcan is Narcan reverses opioid drugs, okay? So it only works on opioids, which are like strong painkillers. So we're talking things like morphine, we're talking fentanyl, oxycodone, so things like that. If you have somebody who has overdosed on something else, if it's not, like the tranquilizer that was in the earlier presentation, the Narcan doesn't work on tranquilizers, okay? So that's why if they have taken an opioid, Narcan is going to help. If there's also a tranquilizer involved, it's only going to work on the opioid part, okay? You're not going to hurt anybody by giving them Narcan, only if they have the opioids in their system, okay? So you never have to be afraid to give somebody, if you found somebody lying on the ground and you weren't sure why they were lying on the ground, if you were thinking it might be an overdose, you give Narcan. It could be something else, it's not going to hurt them. Things you need to know about Narcan, it does expire, so pay attention to, there's an expiry date on it. At the same time I say that, if you found somebody and all you had was an expired kit, I would use an expired kit. Just because it's expired doesn't mean it's not going to work, it just might not be as effective, okay? What else? So, comes in a box, looks like this. Okay, there's 2 doses. Basically, you're going to open it up. What we tell people is, first of all, you're going to give somebody a squeeze or a shake. You're going to, hey, are you okay? Right? If they wake up, they're fine. You're going to check for breathing. So open the airway. You're going to ventilate. You're going to give them a breath. If they need a Narcan, you're basically going to put that up the nose. You're going to push the button. This is an expired dose. When you push the button, it gives the spray. That is no longer good for anything. So that one's garbage. If you need to give another dose, you wait 3 to 5 minutes. You're going to give the second dose in the other side, other nostril. Okay? You can give multiple doses. I have heard of people giving 6 doses. Okay? Always call 911 because you want 911 there, especially if you only have 1 dose. You may need extra doses, you may need extra support. You also want to let 911 know when they get there, how many doses you've given, what time you gave them. Okay? Easy peasy. For the injectable Narcan, these kits come, some of them have 2, some of them have 3 doses. They come with a nice, it's called a Vanish Point needle. So basically when you draw this up, you're going to draw up the entire dose into the vial. Vials are easier, ampules, I don't care for them as much, but you have to be careful just when you're breaking the top off that you don't cut yourself. These needles are lovely because what happens is after you've given the dose, that needle is going to disappear into the syringe. So basically when you push the thing to the bottom, and sorry, I don't know if this will work, but so you have your needle, you've drawn it up, you're going to give your dose. When you push it, it goes inside and you have no risk of poking yourself or poking anybody else with that needle. Okay? So they are heat sensitive, so I tell people don't leave them in a vehicle. They can't be too cold, they can't be too hot, and that goes for the nasal and for the injection. And yeah, if you get one of these nice little kits, they have a little breathing mask, so you can use that to protect yourself if you're giving mouth to mouth. They have gloves in there, they have alcohol swabs in there. All right. Like in the previous thing, they said, so Narcan can last in somebody's system for 30 to 90 minutes. So if somebody has overdosed, basically that Narcan can wear off. They can resume overdosing. Okay, that's another reason we want EMS coming, because again, they may need some more care afterwards. Any questions? Yes.
Is there a specific place where you should inject?
Yes. So when you're doing an injection, you're going to do either in the shoulder or in the thigh. And what I tell people, if you feel there's a bone right here, okay, you want to be below the bone. So if you kind of grab your shoulder right about there, anywhere in that area is a good spot. In your thigh, you're going to do the same thing. You'd want to be below the bone. If you grab about mid-thigh, same thing, right in this area, kind of a meaty spot, that's where you're going to give it. They say you can give it through clothing, because of course, we don't want you stripping anybody down. I've never done it, but yeah, in a heartbeat, like you're not going to do more harm than not giving it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Any other questions? I think EMS is going to come up afterwards, so they might have more information than what I have. Again, so if you guys have any questions, if you have any concerns, if you want to play with a kid, if you want to touch them, come up, see them close, we can do that. And hopefully food is ready, because you guys are done talking to me.
Okay, we'll get going. We'll go for supper. We'll call Howard to do the prayer for the food. So, Howard. Okay, it's ready to go. Elders, go on up. Elders, go on up. And then everybody else. Dawn wants to say a few words. She's going to sing for you, everyone, tonight. So we just got information, if you are looking for those Narcan kits, every department in Onion Lake has those kits. If you guys are looking for some, they also give out free kits at the pharmacy, whoever's looking for the Narcan kits. They are available out there. If you guys need more information, go see Tracy, the one who just spoke. So after supper, go on with the agenda. Onion Lake EMS will do their presentation. And then following, Onion Lake Healing and Wellness will do their presentation. 7 p.m. closing remarks and door prizes. So whoever did the QR codes, come and see the ladies over here and give them your name. Your name will go into these draws. Also, they mentioned that there is a $150 Diamond 7 gift card that goes along with the deep freeze. So you guys still have time to get into the QR codes for door prizes. $150 of Diamond 7 meats to go with your deep freeze. So we ask that you just come and do the QR codes. Come bring your names up to the ladies over here to my left.
I lost one of my buttons.
Lost their button. Ah.
Yeah. And when I was...
She's here to speak some more. No?
Oh.
Is this ours? Okay. Do you need it?
while you guys are eating, we're gonna do a couple of door prizes. So whoever didn't get a chance to get into the door prizes, scan the QR code or go see that lovely lady in the corner at the registration. She'll help you out with the paper. We'll be giving out gift cards. EMS on standby. EMS on standby. All right, we got 2 gift cards to give away. One is a $50 Visa gift card, and the other one's a $50 co-op card. Whoever gets the first one can pick whichever one they want. So your first winner for tonight is Jonathan Bear. Jonathan Bear, you win the building. Come and grab yourself a $50 gift card to Co-op or a prepaid Visa. You want to make a speech? No speech? Okay, grab one of those cards. Hey, you got the $50 gift card. Here you go, Jonathan, right on. Okay, our second winner of the night one goes to Delvin Opisno. Delvin Opisno, come on down, claim your prize. $50 to Co-op. You have to be present to win. Want to, Paul? Oh, sorry, you have to be here to win. Those are the rules. Sorry. So, we'll pick out another name. Alex Watney. Alex Watney. Are you in the building? Okay, we got Alex Watney coming down, your $50 Co-op winner. Round of applause. There's only 3. Everybody should be clapping. Come on. Speech? No speech. Okay. We'll get on with our agenda. We got Onion Lake EMS presentation up for you guys. You guys ready to come on down? Yeah? Pick on the young guy, eh? Are they gonna give you a raise for this? No? Okay, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alvin Night Traveler. I'm the Operations Manager for Onion Lake EMS. First of all, we'd like to thank everyone in the community who reports suspected overdoses, unsafe situations promptly. Your willingness to call 911 and alert emergency services can help EMS respond quickly, protect others, and potentially save lives. EMS response to narcotic opioid overdoses and community safety. The key issue is balancing rapid medical intervention with scene and public safety.
That seems better. EMS response. Scene safety comes first. EMS personnel should assess for hazards such as weapons, needles, sharps, hazardous substances, aggressive or unpredictable individuals, and unsafe environments before approaching the patient. Rapid assessment and resuscitation focuses on responsiveness, airway, breathing, circulation, and other immediate life-threatening conditions. Naloxone can temporarily reverse opioid poisoning. It is an important component of overdose response, but it does not replace airway management, ventilation, monitoring, or definitive medical care. Just kidding. Expect changes after naloxone. A person may regain consciousness quickly and can be confused, distressed, agitated, or upset. EMS therefore needs to maintain a safe environment while continuing assessment and monitoring. Information from bystanders. EMS benefit from knowing what was observed, what substance may have been involved, how many naloxone doses were administered, and what happened before arrival. Community safety. A strong community response goes beyond sending an ambulance. After an overdose, it includes accessible naloxone. Saskatchewan has more than 450 locations where people can obtain free naloxone kits and training. Calling 911 promptly when someone is unconscious or showing signs of opioid poisoning. Alberta, Saskatchewan also notes that Canada's Good Samaritan protections can protect people who call for emergency assistance during an overdose. Harm reduction services that provide overdose prevention, education, safe use supplies, and connections to treatment and recovery services. Coordination among EMS, police, fire, public health, shelters, outreach teams, and addiction services, particularly in locations experiencing repeated overdoses. Post-overdose linkage to care. An EMS encounter can be an opportunity to connect a person with addiction treatment, housing, mental health, and other supports rather than treating the event solely as an isolated medical emergency. Saskatchewan describes its overall approach as a continuum from prevention and intervention through treatment and recovery. The overall principle is to protect the responder, save the patient, protect the community, and connect the people with long-term support. EMS provides the immediate life-saving response, while community safety is strongest when emergency services are integrated with prevention. EMS response to narcotic overdoses focuses on scene safety, rapid assessment, life-saving treatment, and continued monitoring. Naloxone can reverse opioid effects, but patient may still require airway support and medical care. Community safety is strengthened through naloxone access. Timely 911 calls, harm reduction programs, public education, and coordination between EMS, public health, police, and addiction services. The goal is not only to save lives during an overdose, but also to connect people with ongoing treatment and support. Common signs include very slow, shallow, or stop breathing, unresponsiveness, or inability to wake the person. Pinpoint very small pupils, blue, gray, or pale lips and fingertips, gurgling, snoring, or choking sounds, cold or clammy skin, weak pulse, loss of consciousness. If an opioid overdose is suspected, call 911. Administer naloxone if available, and follow the emergency operator instructions. Naloxone can temporarily reverse opioid effects, but emergency medical assessment is still important. And knowing how to respond quickly, communities can reduce harm by increasing access to naloxone, encouraging people to call 911 during suspected overdoses. Increased 911 calls. An increase in 911 calls related to narcotic overdoses can place greater pressure on EMS and other emergency services. It may lead to more frequent ambulance deployments, longer response demands, and increased workload for the paramedics and emergency departments. Communities can help reduce this burden through overdose awareness, naloxone availability, prevention programs, early intervention, and access to addiction and mental health services. At the same time, every suspected overdose should be treated as a potential medical emergency and receive an appropriate response. If in doubt, call 911. Over the past few months, EMS has seen an increase in drug and alcohol-related calls within the community. At this time, we currently operate 2 units in the community and currently are working on getting a third. One of the issues that we face in Saskatchewan here with EMS services is that we have over 200 vacancy spots to fill throughout the province. Fortunately for our community, we're able to fully staff our service, which means we can provide adequate service to the community. Like I said, we're working on getting a third truck out there for the community to help with the increased call volume. That's pretty much all I have for now. Thanks.
Right on, good one. I'll go to the last one, Honey Lake Healing and Wellness presentation. After that will be closing remarks and more door prizes. So one more chance to get into the QR codes and the... Avery, you're up? No? Oh. Healing and Wellness, come on down, Healing and Wellness. You want both mics? Both mics? A duet? Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow, right on.
Off. Good afternoon, everyone. It's beautiful to see you all here, a good turnout. My name is Brenda Red Iron Chokin, and I'm the manager for Onion Lake Health Healing and Wellness Clinical Manager. So, and I also do therapy work. Maybe I'll get my partner to introduce himself, then we'll start.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Grant Woodstone. I'm the cultural manager for Healing and Wellness, and I also do therapy work. Hey, just kidding. Go ahead, Brenda.
So I'd like to thank Community Prevention for inviting us. I wasn't sure what to expect. I attended a meeting besides other things because tomorrow we're having an event as well, and it's a walk. It's a overdose awareness walk, and we'll have it every year from here on. So I don't have no PowerPoint. I'm just going to share who we are, what we're about. We have a variety of programs under Healing and Wellness. However, in saying that, we're growing at a really fast pace where there's also continuum of care. Dr. Saxon is our director, and we have an associate director. So he was going to come and share that, but maybe we can share a little bit of what that is, and it's residential services. I see another co-worker here that just started with us with pre-transitional home, and I was hoping to see Equiskeet manager, but they probably got busy. Anyhow, in our with our clinical, we have therapists, so we should have 4 therapists. We are getting a new hire. A few people are leaving. We have addictions. We have an addictions counselor. We have a crisis worker / addiction support worker, prevention counselor. Pam is sitting. We have a booth display. We've got a lot of information. The girls are waving, so if you go and help yourself, ask them questions. Kazda is our community enhancement worker. We have family and support youth workers. Who else am I missing? I'm trying to remember all. Holistic staff. We have holistic staff. We have 4 now, so they play the bridge maker to the cultural program. And so the referral goes this way. You can either call in. We sometimes use crisis as a referral. Informal, so self-referral. We do an intake. You get assigned your preference. If you want a therapist, if you're a young family, you want to work with family and youth, come and check us out. We are located at the health center, north side of the health center. We do awareness, community awareness, and we're a big part on that national addictions awareness, all sorts of different, we do the yearly Christmas, I can't even think, I'm too full, I'm sorry. It's grief and Blue Christmas, thank you. And so, yeah, we try to reach out. We are working on our website, and I think it's half done. And once we have the website, you can do your own intake through that website. We also have an email, if a referral, you can email it to there. We check the emails every day, and we follow up. So if you wanted an intake. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, I wanted to thank the young lady that spoke here. Very inspiring story, because it's so true. When you feel the pain, and I'm going to say pain, I'm going to refer it to pain because that's what it is. We should never be ashamed to reach out. It's hard, it's scary, I know that, but I'm not ashamed to take care of my mental health. I will seek counseling. I will seek a therapist or a psychologist if I'm feeling the feelies, because they're not good feelies, and we all want to feel good. Every human person wants to feel good, and some of us don't know how to work through those painful feelings. We're going to reach out for whether it's alcohol, different types of drugs, just to numb that pain. And then, of course, things get, if we don't have tools, if we've never learned how to talk about our feelings, it's scary. We don't know how. We don't know what to say. I've worked in the school for 7 years, and I know I've heard a lot of stories, and a lot of the one story that sticks out is, my dad left me. My dad doesn't acknowledge me. Either I hear majority of dads, but also moms. So the rejection, then you start to build resentment. And that resentment you can carry that right to your grave. If you don't take care of it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's like taking care of ourselves physically. If I never wash my face, my hair, what's going to happen? If I never change my clothes, what can happen? The same thing with your mind, your emotions. They get suppressed in your mind, and things happen every day, and you even sometimes forget, but then you get triggered. And there's some information there about what happens when we get triggered. I'm sure some of you have heard that fight, flight, freeze, or fawning mode now. That's where our mind goes. So it's important, You have the resources here in Onion Lake. You know, you go out of Onion Lake, you're paying $180 to see a therapist one session. Here we get it for free. So folks, take advantage of that. It may not be here forever, but right now take advantage of it because we're here to help. We get about, I want to say the lowest I've seen, and I do the stats, 60 to 100 intakes a month. In 1 month, that's what we get. And I guarantee you probably 3/4 of those people we lose because they don't want to come back. They get scared. We've also helped a lot of people, but they help themselves. We are just there to support and help them process. We call it processing. I'm also a fluent Cree speaker. I've been in this field for 40 years now, 20 years in Onion Lake. So I think they might adopt me soon. Just kidding. And so I will answer any questions you have. I have a passion to work with people. I always have, and that's why I chose to go into social work. And we are always looking. We've got a very good team at Onion Lake and Wellness, and you know, come and check us out. Look, you know, I don't want to say look in our website, but we're working on it. It will get done. We have a lot of good support there.
All right, thank you very much, Brenda. So as you can see, we do have a lot of opportunities for our people in our community. As you know, we have over 25 different programs throughout our community. We're 7,000 plus people. And Healing and Wellness is just one entity of what we try and do. Brenda talked a little bit about the clinical side of things. I want to touch bases a little bit about the cultural component of Healing and Wellness. Like Brenda said, not very many people, people that come through that door, sometimes they're not comfortable with clinical therapy. They're more comfortable with talking to someone about our culture, about who we are, about our language, about our medicines. So we give them the option. We ask them, what is it that we can do for you to help you as far as walking that healing journey, just like that young lady was talking about. We don't force it upon people to say, I think this is what you need. I think this is what we can give you. Our goal is to help people that come through those doors because at their state of mind, they're in crisis mode, okay? They're in that state of mind where I need help, and I need help now, like today, and sometimes we're in that time of where we have to find a way to help them, either referrals or if we can find a place for them, just a safe place. And that's what we try and provide there. For someone that comes through that door, just to sit there, somebody to talk to, and provide them a safe place for now. On the cultural component side of things, I just want to share with you, we do a lot of showing and teaching our people how to use proper traditional medicines, okay? So when people come through our office and when they ask for cultural support, and they say they need that's goods, for example, natawapugan, okay? Astupasan, anything like that, we can make that specific medicine for that person in our office because we have the staff that can do that. We ask our old people for support to come when they come into our building. Any type of medicine, illness that you have, I'm sure we have that medicine that can help you. So those are some of the things that we provide for the people that come through our office.
After saying that, it's all about finding a way to guide and help our people in the healing component side. It's not just about medicines, it's about counseling. Okay? There is a clinical side of the Western model of counseling, but you can't forget counseling is also a different way of who we are as Indian people. It's always been there. You know, the old people always used to tell our people about all these different things in our own way of life, in our own language. And we have to start, practicing that and continuing to practice that. So how do we do that? We talk about ceremonies, we talk about traditions, we talk about values, we talk about virtues, and most importantly, we always try and help the people that come through that door to try and help them find that spirit that they lost within them. Okay? No different than the clinical side. When people lose their, identity, part of their identity is spirit. And that's why they get lost out there when they're roaming around. Our job is to help them find that spirit back. That way, at least when you provide that opportunity for them to find that spirit back, then they'll find their identity. And slowly they'll come back to knowing and understanding who they really are, right? So when we do all these different things with healing and wellness, keep in mind we support all the different programs in our nation. They call us for support. They call us to go to the homes, to go outside to different departments, to the schools, even to the city of Lloydminster, to go support, whether it's the hospital, the Friendship Center. Some of our urban members, they call us to go help them. So it's a balance of both worlds at healing and wellness that not very many communities have. I just want you to know that. Brenda is right. We have a privilege of what we have to offer our people. We're very, very, we should be appreciative of the type of services that we can provide. And we should take advantage of them, like Brenda said. We get a lot of visitors that come to our community from different tribal councils, different reserves. We just had a community from Beardy show up Monday. And they were just flabbergasted at what we have to offer in our community. The cultural component side and the clinical side. And every time people come to Onion Lake to see and visit our office, the first thing they say is, I wish we had this at home. I wish we had someone on the cultural component side next door to the clinical side where we can have that option of what type of healing do I want. So take advantage of it. We have an open door policy. Come and see us. Tomorrow is another big day for this community, just like today. I want to thank Prevention for hosting this forum today. Tomorrow is another big day. We all know we're in a crisis right now, epidemic, overdose. So it's our job, it's our responsibility as each department to come up with some kind of an awareness for our people. So Healing and Wellness have taken the lead in having an overdose awareness walk tomorrow from Chief Taylor to here. And then we're going to provide a meal, and then we're going to have a couple of guest speakers. Again, it's informative to understand and deal what it is that we're dealing with regarding that drug. Okay? That drug that's killing our people. Information is over there about healing and wellness, like Brenda said. Anything that you need to know, go talk to the girls. That same little booth will be here tomorrow. So it's important that we have to look out for one another. That's just as my responsibility as yours. Our mental health is priority, just like that young lady was talking about. So, and then when they're talking about the training of the naloxone and the Narcan, I want to make mention to you that those are free for you to pick up anywhere in the community building. Okay? If you want to carry a naloxone kit or a Narcan kit, just go to the pharmacy and ask for one. Show them your treaty card and they'll give it to you for free. Keep one with you at all times because it does work. It does save lives. And it's something that we have to know that it's happening right here in our community, that we are an epidemic of drug overdoses. So tomorrow, I invite each and every one of you to participate in our walk and come and eat and come and share with us some of the stories. We're going to have a couple speakers share their stories of what drugs did to them. How did they survive? So, and these are actual community members here that are going to talk about that. So, healing and wellness is a service for you, for your grandparents, for the old people, for the middle-aged, for the youth, for the schools, for all the young children. Take the opportunity to use it. Take the opportunity to come there and ask for support, because we will provide it for you. So with that, thank you very much. Brenda, go ahead.
I just want to add a couple of things. So with this, we had those hub meetings and we're in a crisis. So of course the programs, we come together and we ask ourselves, what can we do to better serve the community? So one of the barriers we find a lot is I don't have a ride. I don't have the right to go to programming and so forth. So we're looking at, they're called mobile crisis vehicles. And we know that up north, Lac La Ronge, they've purchased, I think, a couple of vehicles. So we're pricing out mobile crisis vehicles where they can just go to a home park in the yard and we can provide that support service like that. As well, we're also looking into hiring our second crisis / addiction support workers, because the intakes that we get, I want to say probably 95% is to do with addictions. So that should tell you.
Yeah, so going back to what Brenda was talking about, we did a pilot project this winter, okay? And we had our doors open from 6 to 10 o'clock at night. And we found out that nobody came to the office in the evenings. So we tried something different. We asked our staff that were on shift that night to drive around in the community. And we talked to more people that was on foot in the community throughout the winter. So we provided them pamphlets, coffee, any type of thing that could keep them warm, you know. So that's how this came about with these new mobile units. In that mobile unit is going to be a comforting style of a van where there'll be a bed, 2 office seats, and a driver. Similar to the ambulance vans format, but this is more of like an office style comforting counseling van. transportation is a problem in our community for people to get service. So what we're going to do is, if somebody wants support at the home, the most common thing you're going to hear is, 1, I don't have a ride. 2, I don't have a babysitter. 3, I'm home alone. Well, we can help you. We can fix that. With our mobile unit, we'll come to you and provide you that service delivery. Other thing I want to share with you, we're opening an urban office in Lloydminster. We went and looked at an office today, and hopefully we'll move in by the end of August, and we'll provide one of our therapists for our urban members that live in Lloyd. So these are a lot of things. We're trying to find ways how we can support our community. How can we help you on some of the things that you need? So with that, don't be afraid. My number is 555. Hey, just kidding. Healing and Wellness. Thank you, Brenda. Go ahead.
I was just going to explain about that continuum of care. I don't know, Jessica, do you want to come in? Because I don't want to keep rambling here. Jessica can share what that looks like very quickly.
I wasn't sure if I was going to talk tonight, but my name is Jessica Falcon. I'm the new facility manager for our pre-treatment, post-treatment, family treatment, and the 2 warming shelters. So for continuum of care, I haven't seen what Onion Lake has. We have so many different services here that can all interlink with one another. We have detox, we have residential. I haven't seen pre-treatment before, and I haven't seen post-treatment all in one nation. I don't even think a lot of our big cities have that. Come this Friday, I believe we have a meeting on how can we link all of these together, which looks at that support from harm reduction. Harm reduction, they are on the grounds, they're meeting the people who are out there actively using, they're building that trust in the hopes that they'll get heard. Then that voice can be heard of, hey, we have detox over here. We have residential. We have a place for you to go and be safe in pre-treatment. We'll support you. We'll help you stay sober. When you're done, you can come down the hill and you can go stay in post-treatment while you reestablish your life, essentially. You're sober now. How can we support you back into society so you can be a productive member of society? Family treatment, I'm not 100% sure what that looks like yet, but I know it's for crisis. I know Dr. Saxon is looking at parental reunification. And then we have the warming shelters, which will open October, I think until April, to really get the most vulnerable out of the extreme weathers. I've seen it. I have background in harm reduction and outreach. I've seen what that weather can do. I've seen people lose their lives. I've seen people overdose and freeze. That's the reality of what we're facing, especially with opiates, because when what they call it is downing out, you're essentially overdosing. You can't wake up, and if you're in -40 and nobody is around, that's a death. So I'm really thankful to be a part of the community now. I'm really thankful to utilize my education, my background. October will be 16 years in recovery. So I understand what that looks like, and I really hope I'll be a benefit to your community. Thank you.
Come on over this way there, girls. As you can see, we had a draw barrel over there for a couple of items for our little booth. Not as expensive as these guys here, but we try. Okay, for the coffee cup, we had a tobacco project. So we have a coffee cup here. Lisa Kakiwanaham. Congratulations. And for the blanket. This blanket is made for 2. From a real buffalo. And the winner is Gene Whitford
Congratulations! All right, thanks for that. Grant, were you serious? You're not a therapist? Because there's a gift card for Grant Whitstone Therapist gift card. Is there? That's true, okay. The last one, we'll call that last one. But how about another round of applause for all our speakers, Dr. Khan, Justice Department, the cooks out there, our Speaker of the Chance, CMS, Healing and Wellness. One more, give them one more chance here, one more applause. And we'd like to give thanks to Public Works for the Visa gift card and Lands for the co-op gift card. So one applause for them too. And so I guess we'll go straight to the door prizes. We got what is this one? Snagging blanket. Who's ready to snag tonight? Here we go. These things don't tell lies. Dora Patagan. Dora Patagan. I'm too close to the mic. Dora Patagan. Are you in the building? Dora? Dora? You're related to everyone? Okay. No? Gotta be in present? Gotta be here. Okay. Redraw. Rainbow Chief. Rainbow Chief. Are you here? Come on down and claim your prize. We got another blanket to give away. You want to grab? You to grab?
No, you got it. I don't think so.
Rita Harper, Rita Harper, you're in the building. Come and grab your blanket. We got pumpkins. We got pumpkins to give away. Pumpkin juice. Oh, that's a candle. We got a candle and pumpkins here to give away. The lucky winner is Shantae McBean. Shantae, come and grab your juice. What do we got here? Tools. We got a tool set all together with the flashlight, extension cord, and zip ties. For the snake, she says. Okay, lucky winner. Akoya Little Wolf. Akoya Little Wolf. Which one? Oh, she's being shy. Come on down, Akoya. Nobody look at her. Everybody look away. Come on down. Maybe if you want to meet her. Speech? No speech? Okay. Good job. Okay, we have an art set here. Markers, pens, paper. Lucky winner goes to Roseanne Harper La Liberty. Come on down. Keurig coffee machine. Express. Gail Waskowicz. Gail Waskowicz, come on down. Come on down, Price is Right. What do we got? What do we got? What is this thing? A vacuum. A 3-in-1 vacuum. You can control it with your phone. Ronnie, Jimmy, Ronnie, Jimmy. Ronnie, Jimmy, here you go. You want to make some money, use it after we're done? Good job, Ronnie. What do we got? Magic bullet and a thermal cup. Oh, we got two. Jason Carter. Jason Carter. I believe he left the building. Okay. Donna Lewis. Donna Lewis. Donna, are you here, Donna? Donna, Donna? No Donna. Janet Nestos. Janet Nestos. Come and get yourself a magic bullet and a thermal. Use that tonight. You're ready for the walk tomorrow. She's ready. The electric compact deep fryer comes with fries. Sabrina Waskowicz. Sabrina Waskowicz. Come and claim your deep fryer. We have another air fryer. Air fryer. Tayson Patagan. Tayson Pate, come on. Is that for you or for your dad? For you? All right. Home repair tool set. Teresa Little Wolf. Teresa Little Wolf. Teresa. Oh, I think those two ladies over there got all the tool sets over here. You guys aren't stuck tonight. They're going to help you out here. Your Mini Mate Plus Keurig. Marla Dillon. Marla Dillon. Here we go. Coffee. 4-in-1 cordless vacuum. Clarissa Lewis. Clarissa Lewis. Clarissa. If you drop one of those, if you drop your food, you know what to use. She's still eating. Queen Comforter set, the whole package. going to Glenda Little Wolf. Glenda Little Wolf. How about you and Roy cuddle with that right now? It's like the good old days. Who wants to see that? One more air fryer coming up. Ivana Chemakis. Ivana Chemakis. There we go. What we got? A mini tool set and a car coffee cup. Zoe Jackson. Zoe Jackson. Here we go. One more mini tool set and another coffee mug. Rhoda Chief. Rhoda Chief. Rhoda. No Rhoda? Rija? Rhoda? Roxanne Little Wolf. Roxanne Little Wolf. We got a 3-tier folding kitchen storage rack and wheels and a mystery bag. Love stuff. Melissa Lewis. Melissa Lewis, come grab your smoking. She's gone? Okay, she's gone. Sharon Dillon. Sharon Dillon. Oh, she's the work. Okay. One more time. One more time. Jean Whitford. Jean Whitford. Got yourself a 3-tier rack and wheels and a mystery bag. Okay, we got one more mystery bag to give away here. Actually, we have 2 more. Separate? Okay. Benton Patagan wins himself a mystery bag. Show us all what's in there. Come back up here. No? Okay. One more mystery bag. No name. Rose Watchmaker. Rose Watchmaker. What? We'll give her 10 minutes. She went to deliver Narcan kits next door. Okay, we have a top-loading water dispenser. Here we go. We're getting to the big prizes now. Hosanna La Chance. Here we go. It's speech? Speech? There you go. Thank you very much. We got a collapsible folding beach wagon cart. Myra Patagan, Myra Patagan. Come on down. What are you going to put in there? She just laughed. Portable fire pit, camping, barbecue. Or is that BTU? BTU, not a barbecue. How do you sit up? Alicia? Is that Alicia?
Alicia Kamakateo.
Alicia! I didn't want to. Yeah. I don't want to mess it up, so I had Courtney to try and. She passed grade 6. We have a compact refrigerator worth $3,000. Going to Mary Wynn Carter. There you go, Mary Wynn Carter. It better not be for sale tomorrow at the church. $50-inch QLED Philips TV. Lisa Kekwana, come grab herself a TV. I'm pretty sure you want a TV too before, right? No? 3 TVs now? No? Okay. Our last one would be the refrigerator, freezer. Also has a $150 gift card to Diamond 7 Meats. The lucky winner is we had Jean Whifford on yours, but she already won a prize, so we're going to have to do a redraw on that. Tegan Whitstone, come on down and claim your prize, Tegan. We got a deep freeze of the $150 gift card to Diamond 7 Meats. Run! Let's see a run! Are you going to host a party? No? Maybe. So that's everything. It's all good. No more gift cards. Okay. Thank you for everyone for coming tonight. On behalf of the prevention staff over here and all the businesses over here, thank you for coming, and I'll see you again soon. Tomorrow the walk and August 23rd is our second one at the Roundhouse. So we'll be doing this again August 23rd. And raise your hands if you want to see Grant Walking tomorrow with a one-piece suit. September 23rd is the next one, so thank you for coming. Drive safe. And we have Howard to do our closing prayer one more time. Quick prayer.
Just for your information too, sometimes in September or early October, we are planning a NAAA roundup. So that's one thing to look forward to. But let's all say a prayer in our own way that we have good travels going home, and pray for your home fires too.
All right, thank you again. Thank you for coming. Safe travels, and don't forget your prayers.